Welcome to Mysterious Sleep Stories. Before we begin our silent story tonight, please relax. Allow your body to find a comfortable position. Let your shoulders relax, your breathing slow, and your attention slowly unwind. There is nothing you need to do here. Nothing you need to remember, understand, or closely follow. This is a story of ordinary moments, of steady routines, of a world progressing at its natural pace. A story without rush, without conflict, without expectation. You are free to listen, or simply let the sound pass over you as you rest. If your thoughts wander, that is perfectly normal. If you fall asleep before the story ends, that is exactly as it should be. Tonight, we step into a quiet bakery on the edge of a waking city. Where the warmth is felt, the work is simple, and time moves slowly. Let the day pass. Let the night embrace you. And when you are ready, let the story begin. The day's last hour always belonged to the quiet. Not to the customers who had come and gone since dawn, not to the rhythm of the ovens or the clatter of the bell above the door, but to the softness that settled over the bakery once the work was nearly done and the light began to change outside the windows. It was the hour when flour dust hung visible in the slanting gold, when the warmth from the brick ovens no longer rushed out in waves but rested gently against the walls, and when the street beyond grew hushed enough that you could hear the sound of your own breathing if you paused long enough to listen. Eleanor Hartley had come to know this hour well. She had worked at Penrose and Son for 7 years now, long enough that her hands moved without thought through the closing tasks, long enough that she could feel the shift in the air when the day began to fold itself away. She stood now behind the wooden counter, a cloth in one hand, wiping down the surface where crumbs and stray grains of sugar had gathered throughout the afternoon. The counter was old, its edges worn smooth by decades of use, and there was a particular satisfaction in cleaning it at the end of the day, in seeing it restored to its plain, honest state. Outside, the street was still lit by the last of the daylight, though the lamps were beginning to flicker on one by one. The bakery sat on a corner in a modest part of the city, the kind of place where most people knew each other by sight if not by name, where the buildings leaned close together and the cobblestones were uneven enough that carts rattled as they passed. It was not a grand neighborhood, but it had a particular warmth to it, a sense of being lived in and cared for in small, unremarkable ways. The bell above the door gave a soft chime, and Eleanor looked up to see Mrs. Talbot stepping inside, her shawl pulled tight around her shoulders against the early evening chill. Mrs. Talbot was one of the regulars, an elderly woman who lived 3 streets over and who came in most afternoons for a small loaf of brown bread and, if her pension allowed it, a penny bun. She was a quiet woman, neat in her appearance despite her worn clothing, and she always offered a small, polite smile when she approached the counter. "Good evening, Mrs. Talbot," Eleanor said, setting down her cloth and brushing her hands against her apron. "You're just in time. We've a few loaves left from the afternoon batch." Mrs. Talbot nodded, her eyes moving over the shelves behind the counter where the remaining bread sat wrapped in cloth. "Just the brown loaf today, thank you, dear. My daughter's coming to visit tomorrow, so I'll need to stretch it." Eleanor wrapped the loaf carefully, her movements practiced and sure. She could feel the warmth of the bread through the cloth, the faint give of the crust beneath her fingers. It was still fresh enough to be soft inside, though by morning it would have firmed up the way brown bread always did. She handed it across the counter and accepted the coins Mrs. Talbot counted out slowly, her fingers stiff with age. "Give your daughter my regards," Eleanor said, though she had never met the woman. It was simply something kind to say, a small gesture that cost nothing and seemed to brighten Mrs. Talbot's face. "I will, dear. Thank you." Mrs. Talbot tucked the loaf into her basket and turned toward the door, pausing for a moment as though she might say something more, but then thought better of it and stepped back out into the street. The bell chimed again, softer this time, and the door swung shut behind her. Eleanor returned to her cloth and the counter, wiping in slow, circular motions. The bakery was nearly empty now, the shelves behind her bare except for a few unsold rolls and a single round of seed cake that had been baked that morning and would likely be reduced in price tomorrow if it didn't sell. The air still held the smell of bread, of course, it always did, no matter the hour, but there was a subtlety to it now, a mellowness that replaced the sharp, yeasty intensity of the morning. From the back room came the sound of a broom sweeping across the floor, steady and rhythmic. That would be Thomas, the young man who had been hired on 2 months ago to help with the baking and the heavy work. He was a quiet sort, not much older than 20, with dark hair that always seemed to need cutting and a way of moving that suggested he was still getting used to his own height. He didn't say much, but he worked steadily and without complaint, and there was something reassuring about his presence in the back room, the knowledge that someone else was there, finishing the day's tasks alongside her. Eleanor folded the cloth and set it aside, then moved to the shelves to begin tidying. She straightened the remaining rolls, brushing away crumbs, and pulled down the empty baskets that had held the morning's pastries. The baskets were woven from pale willow, light and sturdy, and they smelled faintly of the flour that always seemed to find its way into the cracks and crevices. She stacked them neatly beneath the counter, ready for tomorrow. The light outside was deepening now, shifting from gold to amber, and the shadows inside the bakery grew longer. Eleanor moved to the window and looked out at the street. A man passed by with a newspaper tucked under his arm, his hat pulled low against the evening cool. A child ran past in the other direction, chasing something Eleanor couldn't see, his laughter bright and brief. The lamplighter would be by soon, making his way down the row of posts that lined the street, and after that the evening would settle in properly, and the bakery would close its doors for the night. She turned back to the room, her gaze moving over the familiar shapes and surfaces. The long wooden counter, polished by years of use. The shelves behind it, painted white and lined with cloth. The small table near the window where Mr. Penrose sometimes sat in the mornings to go over his accounts, though he was upstairs now, resting after the long day. The stone floor, swept clean but still dusted with flour in the corners where the broom couldn't quite reach. Everything in its place, everything as it should be. There was a particular comfort in this, in the orderliness of the closing hour. The day's chaos had been managed, the bread had been baked and sold, the ovens had cooled from their roaring heat to a steady, gentle warmth. What remained was the simple work of tidying, of preparing for tomorrow, and there was something almost meditative about it, the way the tasks required just enough attention to keep the mind occupied but not so much that it couldn't wander. Eleanor had always liked this time of day. Even as a child, growing up in a household that was never quite settled, never quite peaceful, she had found solace in the evening hours when the noise died down and the world seemed to exhale. She had worked in other places before coming to Penrose and Son, a laundry, a draper's shop, a brief and unhappy stint as a housemaid in a large home on the other side of the city, but none of them had offered her the same sense of calm that she found here, in the warm, flour-dusted quiet of the bakery. From the back room, Thomas emerged carrying the broom and a dustpan. He nodded to her as he passed, his expression as unreadable as always, and set the broom in its place by the door. Then he crossed to the ovens, checking the dampers and making sure everything was as it should be before the night set in. Eleanor watched him for a moment, noting the careful way he worked, the methodical attention to detail. He was a good worker, Thomas. Quiet, but reliable. Everything settled back there? She asked, more out of habit than necessity. Yes, miss, he said, glancing over his shoulder. Swept and wiped down. The ovens are cooling proper. She nodded. Good. Thank you. He returned to his work, and Eleanor moved to the small stove in the corner where a kettle sat, still warm from the afternoon. She poured herself a cup of tea, the last of the pot that had been made hours ago, and held the cup between her hands, letting the warmth seep into her palms. The tea was dark and slightly bitter, but it was comforting all the same, a small ritual that marked the end of the working day. The bakery had been in the Penrose family for 3 generations, passed down from father to son, and it bore the marks of that long history in its worn floors and patched walls, in the heavy wooden tables in the back room that had been used for kneading dough since before Eleanor was born. Mr. Penrose himself was an older man now, his hair gone mostly gray, his movements slower than they had been when Eleanor first came to work for him. He was kind, in his way, though not overly talkative, and he had a deep respect for the craft of baking that Eleanor had come to admire. He knew his flour and his yeast, his temperatures and his timings, and he took a quiet pride in the loaves that came out of his ovens, even if he rarely said so aloud. His son, who the bakery was named for, had died some years ago, before Eleanor's time. She had learned this not from Mr. Penrose, who never spoke of it, but from the woman who had worked here before her, an older woman named Mrs. Kemp who had eventually left to care for her ailing husband. The son had been young, Mrs. Kemp had said, and his death had been sudden, and after that Mr. Penrose had kept the bakery going more out of habit than anything else, though he still baked with the same care and attention as he always had. Eleanor thought about this sometimes, in the quiet moments, about the weight of such a loss and the way a person might carry it, tucked away beneath the surface of daily life. She thought about how the bakery itself might carry it, in its name, in the routines that continued despite everything. There was something both sad and beautiful in that, in the persistence of it. She finished her tea and set the cup aside, then returned to her work. There were still a few tasks left before the day could be properly closed. The till needed to be counted, the money recorded in the ledger that Mr. Penrose kept in the small office upstairs. The front window needed to be checked, the lock tested to make sure it was secure. The sign on the door needed to be turned from open to closed, and the lamps inside needed to be extinguished one by one until only a single light remained to guide the way upstairs. Thomas finished with the ovens and moved to the back door, checking the bolt and making sure it was fastened tight. He was thorough, Eleanor had noticed, never leaving a task half done, and she appreciated that about him. When he was satisfied, he returned to the front room and stood near the counter, waiting to see if there was anything else that needed doing. "I think that's everything," Eleanor said, glancing around the room one last time. "You can go on home, Thomas. I'll finish up here." He hesitated, as though uncertain whether he should leave her alone, but then nodded. "All right, miss. Thank you." He collected his coat from the peg by the door and shrugged into it, then pulled his cap from his pocket and settled it on his head. "Good night, then." "Good night," Eleanor said, and watched as he stepped out into the street. The bell chimed softly behind him, and then the door swung shut, and she was alone. The bakery felt different in the solitude, more spacious somehow, though nothing about the room had changed. Eleanor moved to the till and began counting the coins, sorting them into neat stacks on the counter. There was a satisfaction in this, in the tangible evidence of the day's work, though the amount was modest. The bakery did well enough, but it was not the kind of place that made anyone wealthy. It simply kept going, day after day, providing bread and small comforts to the people who lived nearby. When the money was counted and recorded, Eleanor locked the till and carried the ledger upstairs to the office. Mr. Penrose was in the sitting room at the front of the building, visible through the open door as she passed. He sat in his chair by the window, a blanket over his knees, reading a newspaper by the light of a lamp. He looked up as she passed and gave her a small nod, and she returned it before continuing to the office. The office was a small, cluttered room with a desk pushed against one wall and shelves lining the others. Papers and ledgers were stacked in precarious piles, and the whole space smelled faintly of ink and old wood. Eleanor set the ledger on the desk and made sure the day's figures were properly recorded, then returned downstairs. The light outside had faded now, the street lamps casting a soft glow through the windows. Eleanor moved through the bakery, extinguishing the lamps one by one. The room grew dimmer with each light that went out, the shadows deepening in the corners, and by the time she reached the last lamp, the bakery was filled with a kind of twilight, half lit by the lamps outside and half by the faint glow of the cooling ovens. She stood for a moment in the near darkness, her hand resting on the counter, and let herself simply be still. The day was done. The bread had been baked, the customers had been served, the floors had been swept. Tomorrow would bring its own work, its own rhythms, but for now, there was only this quiet, this calm. Eleanor crossed to the door and turned the sign, then tested the lock to make sure it was secure. The street outside was mostly empty now, just a few figures moving in the distance, their footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestones. She turned back to the room, her gaze moving over the shelves, the counter, the ovens, and felt a small, quiet sense of contentment settle over her. This was her place, in its way. Not hers in the sense of ownership, but hers in the sense of belonging, of knowing its rhythms and its moods, of being part of its daily life. She had spent 7 years here, and in that time the bakery had become something like home, a place where she felt useful and needed, where the work was honest and the days had a shape to them. She extinguished the last lamp, leaving only the faint glow from upstairs to light her way, and made her way to the back room. Her coat hung on a peg by the door, and she pulled it on, buttoning it against the evening chill. Her shawl was folded neatly on a shelf nearby, and she draped it over her shoulders, tucking the ends into the front of her coat. The back door opened onto a narrow alley that ran between the bakery and the building next door. Eleanor stepped out into the cool air, pulling the door shut behind her and testing the handle to make sure it was locked. The alley was quiet, lit only by the faint glow of the street lamps at either end, and she paused for a moment to let her eyes adjust to the darkness. The walk home was not long, just a few streets through the neighborhood she had come to know so well. She passed the greengrocer's shop, its windows dark now, and the tailor's, where a single lamp burned in the back room. She passed the row of narrow houses where families lived close together, their windows glowing with warm light, and the small chapel on the corner where she sometimes stopped on Sunday mornings. The air was cool but not cold, and there was a softness to it that spoke of autumn settling in, of the days growing shorter and the evenings drawing their blankets tight around the city. Eleanor walked slowly, in no particular hurry, her footsteps steady on the cobblestones. She thought about the day, about Mrs. Talbot and her careful counting of coins, about Thomas and his quiet diligence, about Mr. Penrose sitting in his chair with his newspaper. She thought, too, about the bread, about the way it had looked that morning when it came out of the ovens, golden and steaming, and the way it had felt in her hands as she wrapped it for the customers. There was something deeply satisfying about bread, about its simplicity and its necessity, about the way it sustained people in the most basic and essential way. By the time she reached her lodgings, the street was almost entirely dark, the lamps casting small pools of light at intervals along the way. Eleanor climbed the steps to the front door and let herself in, stepping into the narrow hallway that always smelled faintly of damp and old wood. Her room was on the second floor, at the back of the building, and she climbed the stairs quietly, not wanting to disturb the other tenants. Inside her room, she lit a candle and set it on the small table by the window. The room was modest, just large enough for a bed, a chair, and a narrow wardrobe, but it was hers, and she had made it as comfortable as she could. A rug lay on the floor beside the bed, and a few simple prints hung on the walls, scenes of the countryside that she had bought for a few pennies from a street vendor. The window looked out over the alley behind the building, and through it she could see the rooftops of the neighboring houses, dark shapes against the night sky. She sat down on the edge of the bed and began to unlace her boots, her fingers moving slowly, almost absently. The day's work had left her tired, but it was a good kind of tiredness, the kind that came from honest labor and the satisfaction of tasks completed. She set her boots aside and removed her shawl and coat, hanging them on the peg by the door. The room was cool, but not uncomfortably so, and she pulled a blanket around her shoulders as she sat in the chair by the window. The candle flickered slightly in the draught, casting shadows on the walls, and she watched the flame for a moment, letting her mind settle. Tomorrow would be much like today, she knew. The ovens would be lit before dawn, the dough would be kneaded and shaped, the bread would rise and bake, and the customers would come and go as they always did. There was a comfort in that predictability, in the knowledge that each day would follow much the same pattern as the one before. It was not an exciting life, perhaps, but it was a steady one, and that was something Eleanor had come to value above all else. She thought about the bakery, about the way it would look tomorrow morning when she arrived, the ovens already warm, the smell of baking bread beginning to fill the air. She thought about Mr. Penrose moving through the back room with his careful, practiced motions, and Thomas arriving with his quiet efficiency, and the customers who would come through the door one by one, each with their own small needs and routines. There was a rhythm to it all, a kind of order that Eleanor found deeply reassuring. The world outside could be chaotic and uncertain, but inside the bakery there was a sense of things being as they should be, of work being done and people being fed, of small kindnesses passed back and forth across the counter. She rose from the chair and moved to the window, looking out at the dark shapes of the rooftops and the faint glow of the distant street lamps. The city was quiet now, settled in for the night, and she could hear nothing but the occasional sound of footsteps in the alley below and the faint creak of the building itself, settling into its own rest. Eleanor returned to the bed and sat down, pulling the blanket around her. The candle on the table burned steadily, its light soft and warm, and she felt a kind of peace settle over her, a quietness that came not from the absence of noise but from the presence of stillness, of being exactly where she needed to be. She thought about the hour just past, about the closing of the bakery and the way the light had faded outside the windows, about the simple tasks that had marked the end of the day. There was something almost sacred about that time, about the transition from work to rest, from the bustle of the day to the quiet of the evening. And as she sat there, wrapped in her blanket, the candle flickering beside her, Eleanor felt a gratitude for the life she had built, small though it might be. She had a place to work, a place to live, a routine that gave shape to her days. She had the warmth of the bakery, the smell of bread, the quiet company of Mr. Penrose and Thomas, the brief exchanges with customers like Mrs. Talbot. It was not much, perhaps, by some measures. But it was hers, and it was enough. She lay down beneath the blankets, pulling them up to her chin, and closed her eyes. The room was quiet, the candle still burning on the table, and she let herself drift, her mind moving over the events of the day in a slow, gentle way, not dwelling on any one thing but simply letting the memories wash over her. Outside, the city continued its quiet settling, the sounds growing softer and more distant, and inside the small room Eleanor felt herself being drawn down into the stillness, into the peaceful space that waited at the end of every day, where the work was done and the worries could be set aside and there was nothing left to do but rest. The bakery would be there tomorrow, waiting for her, its ovens cold now but ready to be lit again, its shelves empty but ready to be filled. And she would return to it, as she always did, and the day would begin again, with all its small rituals and steady rhythms, and the world would turn as it always had, one loaf at a time, one customer at a time, one quiet hour at a time. And in that turning, in that steady, unremarkable continuation, there was a kind of grace, a kind of beauty that Eleanor had come to recognize and cherish. It was not the beauty of grand gestures or dramatic moments, but the beauty of ordinary things done well, of care taken and attention paid, of small kindnesses offered and received. She thought about the bread cooling on the shelves, about the way it would be sliced and buttered and eaten at tables all over the neighborhood, sustaining people in their own quiet, unremarkable lives. She thought about the way the ovens would glow again tomorrow, about the way the dough would rise and transform, about the way the bakery would fill with warmth and the smell of baking. And as sleep began to find her, as her breathing slowed and her body relaxed into the mattress, Eleanor carried with her the sense of the bakery's presence, its quiet persistence, its gentle offering of bread and warmth and a place to belong. It would be there tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, steady and sure, a small bright spot in the midst of the city's vastness. The candle on the table burned lower, its flame steady and calm, and the room grew darker around her, but Eleanor did not notice. She was already drifting, already moving into the soft, quiet space of sleep, where the day's concerns fell away and there was only rest, only stillness, only the gentle continuation of breath and heartbeat. The bakery closed its eyes for the night, the street outside grew quieter still, and somewhere in the distance a church bell marked the hour, its sound faint and far away. And in her small room, Eleanor slept, wrapped in her blankets, surrounded by the peace that comes at the end of a day well lived, at the end of work honestly done. Tomorrow would come, as it always did, with its own tasks and rhythms and small moments of grace. But for now, there was only this, the quiet hour, the soft darkness, the gentle letting go. And in that letting go, there was everything. The morning would bring its own light, its own warmth, its own bread rising in the ovens. But tonight, in the closing hour, there was only the stillness, only the peace, only the quiet knowledge that the day had been enough, and that tomorrow would be, too. And so the night settled over the city, over the bakery, over Eleanor in her small room, and everything was still, and everything was right, and the world turned gently on, carrying its small, precious cargo of ordinary lives and ordinary moments, each one a kind of miracle, each one a kind of blessing. And in that folding, in that quiet closing, there was a sense of completion, of rightness, of things being as they should be. Eleanor slept, and the bakery rested, and the city breathed its soft, steady breath, and somewhere in the darkness, in the spaces between the buildings and the streets, in the silence that settled over everything, there was a kind of contentment, a kind of peace that needed no words, no explanation, no justification. It simply was, and that was enough. The candle flickered one last time and then went out, and the room was dark, and Eleanor was asleep, and the night held her gently, as it held all the small, quiet lives of the city, each one precious, each one held safe in the darkness, each one waiting for the morning. And when the morning came, as it always did, the bakery would open its doors again, and the ovens would be lit, and the bread would rise, and the day would begin again, and Eleanor would be there, ready for it, ready to offer her care and her attention and her quiet presence to the work that waited. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, there was only this, the closing hour, the gentle darkness, the soft settling of the world into sleep. And in that settling, there was everything that mattered, everything that was real, everything that made a life worth living. The bread, the warmth, the quiet kindness, the steady rhythm of days. The sense of being part of something larger than oneself, something that continued and endured and offered sustenance to all who came seeking it. That was the gift of the bakery, the gift of the closing hour, the gift of the ordinary life lived with care and attention. And Eleanor carried that gift with her into sleep, into dreams, into the quiet spaces where the day's work was done and the night's rest began. And somewhere, in the heart of the city, in the small corner bakery with its worn floors and its cooling ovens, the spirit of that gift remained, waiting for tomorrow, when it would be offered again, and again, and again, as it had been offered for generations, as it would be offered for generations to come. A small thing, perhaps, but a necessary thing. A beautiful thing. The closing hour, and all the peace it brought with it. The darkness, and the rest, and the quiet knowledge that the world would turn again, and the bread would rise again, and the day would begin again. And that was enough. That was everything. The bakery stood alone now in the quiet street, its windows dark except for the faint glow from the rooms above where Mr. Penrose kept his modest quarters. The ovens, which had roared with such heat throughout the day, held only the ghost of that warmth now, a gentle radiating presence that would fade by morning, ready to be rekindled with the first light. There was something peaceful about this, about the way the building itself seemed to exhale at the end of each day, releasing the accumulated heat and bustle and settling into its own kind of rest. Inside, in the main room where the counter stood and the shelves lined the walls, the darkness was not complete. A thin strip of moonlight fell through the front window, illuminating the worn floorboards in a pale, silvery band. Dust motes hung suspended in that light, barely visible, drifting on currents of air too subtle to be felt. The shapes of the room were softer now, less defined, the counter and shelves and tables becoming suggestions rather than solid things, merging with the shadows in a way that made the space feel larger, somehow, and more mysterious. The smell of bread lingered, of course. It always did. No amount of sweeping or airing could entirely dispel it, and indeed there was no reason to try. The smell was part of the bakery's character, woven into its walls and floors and timbers over decades of daily baking. It was the smell of yeast and flour, of butter and sugar, of the particular chemistry that happened when dough met fire and transformed into something nourishing and necessary. Even now, hours after the last loaf had been pulled from the ovens, that scent remained, faint but unmistakable, a reminder of the bakery's purpose. In the back room, the tables stood empty, their surfaces scrubbed clean and ready for tomorrow's kneading. The flour bins were closed, their lids secured against mice and dampness. The rolling pins hung on their hooks, the measuring cups nested inside one another on their shelf. Everything was in its place, arranged with the kind of order that comes from long habit and careful attention. Thomas had swept thoroughly before he left, and the floor bore the marks of the broom's passage, parallel lines and a thin layer of flour that always seemed to find its way into every corner no matter how often it was cleaned. The ovens themselves sat dark and quiet, their iron doors closed, their brick interiors cooling degree by degree. If you had stood close to them, you might still have felt a whisper of heat, a subtle warmth that radiated through the metal and stone, but it was fading now, dissipating into the surrounding air. By morning, the bricks would be cold to the touch, and the process would begin again, the careful building of the fire, the patient waiting for the heat to reach the right temperature, the skilled judgment of knowing when the ovens were ready to receive the risen dough. Mr. Penrose had taught Eleanor something about this judgment, though he was not by nature a talkative teacher. He showed her things rather than explained them, holding his hand near the oven door to gauge the heat, or breaking open a test loaf to check its interior, or adjusting the dampers by the smallest increment to control the flow of air. There was an art to it that went beyond simple instruction, a kind of knowledge that lived in the hands and the instincts rather than in words. Eleanor had watched him work for years now, and she had absorbed some of that understanding, though she knew she would never have his depth of experience, his bone-deep familiarity with every quirk and temperament of these particular ovens. Upstairs, in the sitting room at the front of the building, Mr. Penrose sat in his chair by the window, though the newspaper had been set aside now and his hands rested idle in his lap. He was not asleep, not quite, but rather in that state of quiet wakefulness that sometimes comes in the evening, when the mind is too tired for active thought but not yet ready to surrender to sleep. His gaze rested on the window, though he was not really looking at anything in particular, not the darkened street outside or the glow of the street lamps or the occasional figure passing by. He was simply present, existing in the moment without effort or intention. He thought sometimes, in these quiet evening hours, about his son. Not with the sharp grief that had marked the first years after the loss, but with a gentler kind of sorrow, a melancholy that had become part of the landscape of his inner life. His son had been young when he died, barely 20, and full of plans for the bakery, ideas about expanding the business or improving the recipes or finding new customers. Mr. Penrose had listened to these plans with a mixture of indulgence and skepticism, uncertain whether they would come to anything but willing to let the boy dream. And then the fever had come, sudden and fierce, and within a week his son was gone, and all those plans had gone with him. The bakery remained, of course. The oven still needed to be fired, the dough still needed to be kneaded, the customers still needed their bread. And so Mr. Penrose had continued, not out of any particular desire to do so, but simply because there was nothing else to do, because stopping would have been worse than continuing, because the rhythm of the work was the only thing that kept him tethered to the world. Over time, the grief had softened. It never disappeared entirely, but it became something he could live with, something that sat quietly in the background of his days rather than overwhelming him at every moment. He had learned to take satisfaction in small things, in a loaf that came out particularly well, in a customer's expression of gratitude, in the steady competence of Eleanor as she went about her work. These were not grand consolations, but they were enough to make the days bearable, and sometimes more than bearable. He had never remarried, never sought to replace the family he had lost. The bakery and its routines had become his family, in a sense, and the people who worked for him and the customers who came through the door had become the nearest thing he had to companionship. It was not the life he had imagined for himself when he was young, but it was the life he had, and he had made his peace with it. Now, in the quiet of the evening, he allowed himself to simply sit, to rest, to let the day's exertion settle into his bones. He was not as young as he once was, and the work took more out of him than it used to. His back ached by the end of the day, his hands were stiff from years of kneading and lifting, and there was a weariness that seemed to go deeper than simple physical tiredness. But he would rise tomorrow morning as he always did, and light the ovens, and begin again, because that was what one did, that was how one went on. The street outside had grown very quiet now. Only occasionally did a figure pass, their footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestones. The neighborhood settled into its nightly stillness, each household turning inward, drawing curtains, extinguishing lamps, preparing for sleep. There was a particular quality to this time of night, a sense of the world contracting, of the public spaces emptying and the private spaces filling with warmth and rest. In her small room several streets away, Eleanor lay beneath her blankets, not quite asleep but drifting toward it, her mind moving in that slow, associative way that precedes true unconsciousness. She thought about the day's work, about Mrs. Talbot and her careful counting of coins, about the way the afternoon light had fallen through the bakery's windows, about the satisfying feeling of the cloth moving across the counter as she cleaned it. These were not profound thoughts, just the ordinary detritus of the day, images and sensations passing through her mind like clouds across a sky. She had always been good at letting go of the day's concerns when the work was finished. Some people, she knew, carried their worries with them into the night, turning them over and over until they became larger and more troublesome than they truly were. But Eleanor had learned, perhaps out of necessity, to set things aside when the time came for rest. The work would be there tomorrow, the problems would be there tomorrow, but for now there was only this, the softness of the blankets, the coolness of the air on her face, the gradual slowing of her thoughts as sleep drew nearer. She thought briefly about Thomas, wondering where he lived, whether he had far to walk after leaving the bakery, whether he had family waiting for him or whether he returned to some modest lodging like her own. She knew almost nothing about his life outside the bakery, just as he knew almost nothing about hers. They worked alongside each other in a companionable silence, each focused on their own tasks, and that seemed to be enough for both of them. There was a kind of discretion in this, a respect for boundaries that Eleanor appreciated. The church bell in the distance struck the hour, its sound muffled by the intervening buildings. Eleanor counted the chimes without really thinking about it, a habit formed over years of living in the city where time was marked by bells rather than clocks. 9 strokes, which meant it was later than she had thought, though not so late that she felt any urgency about getting to sleep. Tomorrow would begin early, as it always did, but she would rise when she needed to and arrive at the bakery in time to help with the morning preparations. There was a cat somewhere in the alley below, its plaintive cry rising up to her window. She heard it sometimes, this cat or one like it, wandering the alleys and looking for scraps or shelter. She had left out food for it once or twice, small offerings that disappeared by morning, though she never saw the creature that took them. It was one of those small kindnesses that cost almost nothing but seemed important nonetheless, a gesture toward the other lives that moved through the neighborhood, the unseen presences that shared the streets and alleys and rooftops. The moon had moved higher now, and its light shifted across her room, creeping along the wall and illuminating the simple prints she had hung there. Pastoral scenes, mostly, landscapes of countryside that she had never visited but which seemed to represent some ideal of peace and simplicity that called to her. Fields and hedgerows, cottage gardens, distant hills. These were not her world, not the narrow streets and close-packed buildings of the city, but they spoke to something in her, some part of herself that longed for space and quiet and a kind of stillness that seemed impossible in the midst of urban life. And yet, she did not truly want to leave the city. For all its noise and crowding and grime, it was home now, and the bakery was woven into the fabric of that home in a way that made it indispensable. She could not imagine herself anywhere else, could not imagine any other kind of work, any other daily routine. The thought of leaving, of starting over somewhere else, filled her with a kind of weariness that had nothing to do with physical tiredness. She had done enough starting over in her life. What she wanted now was simply to continue, to let the days unfold in their predictable rhythm, to find satisfaction in the small accomplishments of each working day. Her breathing had slowed now, deepening as sleep began to claim her. The thoughts that had been moving through her mind grew more fragmentary, less coherent, dissolving into images and sensations that had no clear connection to one another. The bakery's counter, smooth beneath her hand. The smell of bread, warm and yeasty. The sound of the bell above the door, chiming softly. The sight of Mrs. Talbot's careful, arthritic fingers counting out her coins. Thomas sweeping the floor in the back room, his movements steady and unhurried. These images floated through her mind like debris on a slow-moving stream, and she let them come and go without trying to hold on to any of them. They were simply the day's memories, sorting themselves out, finding their places in the larger pattern of her life. Tomorrow they would recede further, becoming part of the general backdrop of experience rather than standing out as distinct events, and new memories would take their place, and the process would continue, day after day, each one adding its own small contribution to the vast accumulation of ordinary experience that made up a life. The room had grown cooler, and Eleanor pulled the blankets more tightly around herself, curling slightly on her side in the position that she had found most comfortable for sleep. Her pillow was worn and lumpy, but it was familiar, shaped by years of use to fit the contours of her head, and she nestled into it with a sense of relief. The day was truly done now. There was nothing more required of her, no more tasks waiting, no more demands on her attention. She could simply let go, simply allow herself to drift down into sleep's embrace. Back at the bakery, the darkness had deepened. The thin strip of moonlight that had illuminated the floor had moved as the moon climbed higher, shifting across the room until it touched the lower edge of the shelves behind the counter. The dust motes had settled, no longer visible in the still air. The building itself seemed to have grown quieter, its timbers and joints settling into the cool of the evening, making small creaking sounds that were barely audible but which gave the space a kind of presence, a sense of being alive in its own subtle way. The bakery had stood on this corner for decades, weathering seasons and years, serving generation after generation of customers. Its walls held the accumulated history of all those years, though none of it was recorded in any way that could be read or deciphered. It was simply there, absorbed into the fabric of the place, into the worn floorboards and the smoke-stained ceiling and the deep grooves in the threshold where countless feet had crossed. Each loaf of bread that had been baked here, each transaction across the counter, each conversation and greeting and farewell had added to this history, layering meaning upon meaning until the bakery had become something more than just a building, more than just a place of commerce. It had become a kind of anchor for the neighborhood, a fixed point that people oriented themselves around. You could give directions by reference to it, 2 streets past the bakery, or just before you reach Penrose's. People marked time by its rhythms, knowing that the smell of baking would begin before dawn and that the best loaves were available in the early morning before they sold out. Children grew up with the bakery as part of the landscape of their lives, and when they grew old and looked back on their childhoods, they would remember it, remember the warmth of its doorway on cold mornings, remember the taste of a penny bun bought with carefully saved coins. This was the bakery's true work, perhaps, not just the baking of bread but the provision of continuity, of reliability, of a kind of stability that was increasingly rare in a world that seemed always to be changing. Mr. Penrose understood this, though he would not have put it in such terms. He simply knew that people depended on him, that the neighborhood needed its bakery, and that his work mattered in ways that went beyond the simple exchange of bread for money. And Eleanor, in her own way, understood it too. She felt the weight of that responsibility, the quiet satisfaction of being part of something larger than herself, something that served a real and necessary purpose in people's lives. It gave meaning to the work, even on days when the tasks were tedious or tiring, even when her feet ached and her back was sore from standing for hours behind the counter. She was doing something worthwhile, something that connected her to the people around her and to the place where she lived. Upstairs, Mr. Penrose finally stirred from his chair, rousing himself with a small effort of will. The newspaper slipped from his lap as he stood, and he bent to pick it up, folding it carefully and setting it on the table beside the chair. He moved slowly through the sitting room, extinguishing the lamp and leaving the space in darkness, then made his way down the narrow hallway to his bedroom. The room was small and simply furnished, containing only a bed, a wardrobe, and a washstand with a basin and pitcher. He lit the candle on the washstand and began the small rituals of preparing for bed, removing his collar and cuffs, unbuttoning his vest, washing his hands and face with water from the pitcher. These were practiced motions, performed without thought, and there was a comfort in their familiarity, in the way they marked the transition from day to night, from work to rest. When he was ready, he climbed into bed and pulled the blankets over himself, settling back against the pillows with a soft exhalation. The candle still burned on the washstand, casting shadows on the ceiling, and he watched them for a moment before reaching over to extinguish it. The room fell into darkness, and he closed his eyes, feeling the day's weariness settle over him like a weight. He thought, as he often did before sleep, about the morning, about the tasks that would need to be done, about the bread that would need to be baked. It was a kind of mental preparation, a way of readying himself for the day ahead, but it was also comforting, this rehearsal of familiar routines. He knew what would be required of him, knew that he was capable of meeting those requirements, and that knowledge allowed him to rest. The neighborhood around the bakery had grown almost completely silent now. The last of the evening's pedestrians had made their way home, the last lamps in the surrounding windows had been extinguished. Here and there a dog barked, or a baby cried, or voices murmured behind closed doors, but these sounds were faint and scattered, barely disturbing the prevailing quiet. The city itself seemed to be holding its breath, pausing between the activities of day and night, between waking and sleeping. In this pause, there was a kind of sacredness, though it was not a religious feeling exactly. It was more like a recognition of something essential, something that existed beneath the surface of ordinary life. The simple fact of rest, of the body's need for sleep, of the mind's need for quiet. The way the world contracted at night, becoming smaller and more intimate, each person retreating to their own small space, their own bed, their own dreams. Eleanor was dreaming now, though she would not remember the dream when she woke. She was walking through a field, she thought, or perhaps it was a garden, somewhere green and open where the air was warm and the light was soft. There were no particular details, no specific features of the landscape, just a general sense of peacefulness, of being somewhere safe and pleasant. She moved through this dreamscape without purpose or direction, simply existing within it, and it asked nothing of her, required nothing from her except her presence. This was what sleep offered, this release from the demands and structures of waking life, this gentle dissolution of the self into something less defined and less bounded. In sleep, Eleanor was not a worker or a tenant or a member of any particular class or category. She was simply a consciousness drifting through a series of images and sensations, connected to her body and her life but not determined by them, free in a way that she could never be while awake. The hours passed in this way, the city sleeping, the bakery resting, Eleanor dreaming. The moon moved across the sky, its light shifting and changing as it traveled, illuminating different corners of the neighborhood at different times. The temperature dropped slightly as the night deepened, and the air grew still, the small breezes that had stirred during the evening dying away to nothing. In the bakery's back room, a mouse emerged from a crack in the wall, its whiskers twitching as it tested the air. It moved quickly across the floor, staying close to the baseboards, its tiny claws making no sound on the swept floorboards. It found a few scattered grains of wheat near one of the bins and stopped to eat them, sitting back on its haunches and holding the grains in its small paws. When it had finished, it scurried back to its hiding place, disappearing into the darkness as silently as it had appeared. This was another kind of life that shared the bakery's space, existing alongside the human activity but mostly unseen, moving through the building on its own errands and according to its own needs. Mr. Penrose knew about the mice, of course, and he set traps for them periodically, but they were a fact of life in any building that stored grain, and he had long since accepted that he would never be completely rid of them. They were part of the bakery's ecology, as much as the flour and the yeast and the warmth from the ovens. The night continued its slow progress, unmarked by any significant events, simply existing in its own quiet way. There were no dramas, no crises, no moments of danger or excitement. Just the steady turning of the earth, the gradual movement of the moon across the sky, the gentle rhythm of sleeping bodies breathing in and out, in and out. This was the truth of most nights, of most hours, of most moments of most lives. Not drama or intensity or significance, but simply continuation, simply the ongoing process of existing in time, of moving from one moment to the next without fanfare or commentary. And there was something deeply peaceful about this, about the ordinariness of it, about the way it asked nothing and promised nothing except more of the same. Eleanor shifted in her sleep, rolling onto her other side, one hand emerging from beneath the blankets and resting on the mattress beside her. Her face was peaceful, relaxed, the small tensions and worries of waking life smoothed away by sleep's gentle hand. Her breathing was deep and even, and if anyone had been there to observe her, they would have seen nothing remarkable, just a woman sleeping, just another person among millions finding rest at the end of another day. And that was exactly as it should be, exactly as it needed to be. There was no story here, no narrative arc or character development or resolution of conflict. There was simply existence, simply the ongoing process of living, and that was enough. That was everything. The bakery would wake again with the dawn, the ovens would be lit, the bread would be baked, and the day would begin again its familiar cycle. Eleanor would arrive and tie on her apron and begin her work, and Thomas would come and take up his tasks, and Mr. Penrose would move through the back room with his careful, practiced motions, and the customers would come and go, and everything would continue as it had continued for years, as it would continue for years to come. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, there was only the darkness and the quiet and the rest, only the slow breathing of sleeping bodies and the gentle settling of buildings into the cool night air, only the turning of the earth and the movement of the moon and the vast, peaceful silence that held it all. The hours between midnight and dawn possessed a quality all their own, a kind of depth that was different from the darkness of early evening. The city had settled completely now, its thousands of inhabitants wrapped in sleep, and the streets lay empty except for the occasional night watchman making his rounds, his footsteps echoing in the stillness, his lantern casting a moving circle of light that disappeared as quickly as it came. In the bakery, the darkness was almost complete. The moonlight had moved on, traveling across the facade of the building and leaving the interior to its own shadows. The ovens had cooled entirely now, their bricks holding only the faintest memory of the day's heat, a subtle warmth that would be gone by morning. The air was still, undisturbed by any movement, and the smell of bread had faded to something barely perceptible, more suggestion than scent, something you might notice only if you were paying very close attention. The building itself seemed to rest in these hours, its timbers and joints released from the tensions of the day's activity. Buildings do shift and settle, particularly older ones, their materials responding to changes in temperature and moisture, expanding and contracting in rhythms too slow for human perception except in the small sounds they make, the occasional creak or tick that speaks of this ongoing adjustment. The bakery had been making these sounds for decades, and if its walls could remember, they would hold the memory of countless nights like this one, countless hours of darkness and quiet and rest. Mr. Penrose slept deeply now, his breathing slow and regular, his body still beneath the blankets. He had passed through the lighter stages of sleep into something more profound, a state where dreams came and went like shadows and consciousness receded to its most basic functions. His mind was not entirely inactive, no sleeping mind ever is. But it had released its grip on the day's concerns and was moving through its own internal processes, sorting and storing and making sense of experience in ways that had nothing to do with waking thought. He dreamed, at one point, of kneading dough, his hands moving through the familiar motions, feeling the texture change as the gluten developed, the way the dough became smoother and more elastic under his palms. It was not a dramatic dream, not a story with plot or character, just a simple replay of physical memory, his sleeping mind rehearsing movements that his body knew by heart. When he woke, he would not remember this dream, but some part of him would carry forward the sense of it, the reminder of skill and practice and the quiet satisfaction of work done well. Eleanor, too, had moved into deeper sleep, her earlier dream of fields and gardens giving way to something more abstract, less visual. She was aware, in some dim way, of warmth and safety, of being held or surrounded by something protective, though there was no specific image attached to this feeling. It was a sensation rather than a scene, a kind of fundamental contentment that asked nothing and needed nothing, that simply existed as a state of being. Her room was very cold now, the temperature having dropped as the night progressed, but she was warm beneath her blankets, and the cold only made that warmth more precious, more complete. There is something particularly satisfying about being warm when the air is cold, about the contrast between the protected body and the surrounding chill, and Eleanor's sleeping mind registered this satisfaction without naming it, without turning it into thought. Somewhere in the neighborhood, a baby woke and cried, and a mother rose from her bed to tend to it, her movements slow and automatic with exhaustion. She lifted the child and held it against her shoulder, rocking gently and murmuring soft, wordless sounds until the crying quieted and the baby's breathing evened out and sleep returned. These small dramas played out in household after household, the ordinary disruptions of the night that were part of the fabric of domestic life, and then the silence would settle again, deeper than before. A cat moved through the alley behind the bakery, stepping carefully over the uneven cobblestones, its eyes catching what little light remained and reflecting it back as a brief green flash. It paused at the bakery's back door, sniffing at the threshold where the smell of bread still lingered faintly, then moved on, disappearing into the shadows between buildings. The alley was its territory, one of many such spaces it moved through in its nightly wanderings, and it knew every doorway and corner, every hiding place and vantage point. The church bell struck 3, its sound carrying through the sleeping city, marking the passage of time even though most people were unconscious of it. The bell's tone was deep and resonant, hanging in the air for a long moment before fading, and in the silence that followed, the night seemed to gather itself more closely, as though acknowledging that it was past its midpoint now, that the slow turn toward morning had begun even though dawn was still hours away. This was the deepest part of the night, the hour when sleep was heaviest and when waking, if it happened at all, came with a particular disorientation, a sense of being unmoored from time. It was the hour when the world felt most distant, most separate from the concerns and structures of daylight, when the ordinary rules seemed suspended and anything might be possible, though nothing ever was. Just more darkness, more silence, more sleep. In the bakery, the shadows had become familiar with themselves, settling into their places as though they belonged there, as though they were not merely the absence of light but presences in their own right. The counter stood in darkness, the shelves behind it barely visible as dim shapes. The stools that customers sometimes sat on while waiting for their orders were dark silhouettes, and the doorway to the back room was a deeper darkness within the general dark, a threshold that led to another space equally still and quiet. The flour bins in the back room held their contents silently, the wheat flour and the rye flour and the small amount of fine white flour that was used only for special orders. The flour settled slowly over the hours, compacting slightly under its own weight, the individual grains shifting infinitesimally, finding new positions, a process so gradual that it was invisible but which continued nonetheless, part of the slow transformation that affected all stored materials. The rolling pins hung on their hooks, the wooden handles smooth from years of use, the pins themselves stained with the oils from countless batches of dough. Each one was slightly different, worn in its own particular way, shaped by the hands that had used it and by the work it had been used for. They were tools, practical objects made for a specific purpose, but they had accumulated something over the years, some quality that went beyond mere function, some sense of being part of a tradition, part of a craft that had been practiced in this place for generations. The table where the dough was kneaded stood empty, its surface clean, waiting for tomorrow's work. It was a massive thing, built from thick planks of oak and supported on sturdy legs, heavy enough that it never shifted or moved no matter how vigorously the dough was worked upon it. The wood was pale where it had been scrubbed, darker in the cracks and joints where flour had accumulated over the years, and there were shallow depressions in the surface where countless hands had pressed down, wearing the wood smooth in those particular places. Thomas, asleep in his own lodging somewhere in the city, lay curled beneath a thin blanket, his room barely warmer than the air outside. He lived in a boarding house, a place that was cheap because it was crowded and poorly maintained, where he shared a room with 2 other young men and where privacy was something that existed only in the space of one's own head. But he was used to it, had grown up in circumstances not much better, and he had learned to find rest wherever he could, to let the noises and disruptions wash over him without fully waking. He dreamed of work, as people often dream of the activities that occupy their days, seeing himself sweeping the bakery floor, the broom moving in steady strokes, the flour dust rising and settling, the rhythm of the motion becoming almost meditative. It was not an unpleasant dream, not particularly interesting or meaningful, just a reflection of his waking life playing out in his sleeping mind, and when he woke in a few hours, he would not remember it at all. The night watchman passed the bakery again on his rounds, his lantern briefly illuminating the front window before moving on. He glanced at the darkened shop, noted that everything appeared secure, and continued walking, his breath visible in the cold air, his coat pulled tight against the chill. He had been walking these streets for years, knew every building and alleyway, and he took a quiet pride in his work, in the knowledge that his presence helped keep the neighborhood safe, even if that safety was mostly an illusion, even if the worst that usually happened was a broken window or a stolen washing line. The sky above the city was clear, the stars visible as tiny points of light scattered across the darkness. There was no moon now. It had set some time ago, leaving the night to a deeper black that made the stars seem brighter by contrast. In the countryside, this darkness would have been profound, almost total, but in the city there were always lights, however faint, the glow of banked fires visible through windows, the occasional street lamp that had not yet burned out, the distant illumination from larger thoroughfares where gaslight burned through the night. Eleanor stirred slightly in her sleep, one hand moving to pull the blanket higher, tucking it under her chin. The movement was unconscious, automatic, her sleeping body responding to the cold without waking. Her face remained peaceful, relaxed, and if there were dreams moving through her mind now, they were too faint to leave any impression, too subtle to be remembered. She had passed into that state of deep, dreamless sleep that the body needs most, the kind of rest that truly restores and replenishes, that allows the day's small damages to be repaired and the mind's accumulated tensions to release. The hours continued their slow passage, marked only by the occasional chiming of the church bell, by the gradual cooling of the air, by the imperceptible turning of the earth that would eventually bring dawn but which seemed, in these darkest hours, to be suspended in timelessness. There was no sense of urgency, no pressure toward morning, just the deep, patient unfolding of the night. In the bakery, a board creaked softly as the temperature dropped another degree, the wood contracting slightly, making its small adjustment to the cold. The sound was barely audible, lost immediately in the surrounding silence, and it disturbed nothing, changed nothing, was simply another small event in the ongoing life of the building, one of thousands upon thousands of such small events that had occurred over the decades and would continue to occur for as long as the building stood. The ovens, completely cold now, sat waiting for morning, their iron doors closed, their interiors dark and empty. There was something patient about them, something steady, as though they understood their purpose and were content to wait for it to be called upon again. They had been fired and cooled, thousands upon thousands of times, and they would be fired and cooled thousands of times more, and this pattern would continue as long as the bakery existed, as long as there were people who needed bread and someone willing to bake it. This was the deep truth of the place, its essential nature. The bakery existed to make bread, to transform flour and water and yeast into something nourishing and necessary, and everything else. The counter and the shelves, the routine of opening and closing, the relationships between the people who worked there, everything else served that central purpose. And that purpose would continue, uninterrupted except by sleep and rest, following its ancient rhythm, as it had followed that rhythm for as long as humans had been baking bread, which was nearly as long as humans had been human. The cat that had passed through earlier returned now, carrying something in its mouth, a mouse or perhaps a small bird, and it settled in a corner of the alley to eat its catch, its movements quick and efficient. This was its own kind of work, its own daily necessity, and it went about it with the same focused attention that Mr. Penrose brought to his baking or Eleanor brought to her cleaning. Every creature had its tasks, its routines, its ways of surviving in the world, and the night held all of these different lives and activities, allowing each its own space, its own continuation. The temperature would begin to shift soon, though it was not yet perceptible, would begin the slow climb back toward warmth that came with the approach of dawn. But for now, the cold held, the darkness held, and everything slept or rested or moved quietly through the night, each according to its nature, each following its own path through these hours when the day's demands were suspended and the world belonged to different rhythms, different needs. Mr. Penrose turned in his sleep, his body adjusting itself without waking, finding a more comfortable position. His breathing remained deep and slow, and his face, which carried the lines and creases of age and work and sorrow during waking hours, was smoothed by sleep into something more peaceful, more neutral. Whatever dreams moved through his mind now left no visible trace, no expression or movement that would indicate their content. Eleanor, too, was deeply asleep still, her body completely relaxed, her breathing so slow and steady that she might almost not have been breathing at all. This was the body's wisdom, this complete surrender to rest, this trust in the process of sleep to do its work while consciousness retreated and the wakeful self dissolved into something less defined, less bounded. The night continued to hold them, held everyone, held the entire sleeping city in its quiet embrace, asked nothing of anyone except that they rest, that they allow themselves this suspension of activity, this necessary pause in the constant doing that marked waking life. And in this holding, in this pause, there was a kind of grace, a kind of mercy, the simple gift of time when nothing was required, when one could simply be, simply exist, without purpose or intention or goal. The darkness was complete now, as complete as it would ever be in the city, and in that completeness there was a kind of perfection, a rightness that needed no justification or explanation. It was dark because it was night, and it was night because the earth turned, and the earth turned because that was its nature, and all of this was as it should be, as it had always been, as it would continue to be. The bakery rested. The neighborhood rested. Eleanor and Mr. Penrose and Thomas and all the thousands of other people in the city rested. And the night held them all, patient and impartial, waiting for the dawn that would eventually come but which was not yet, not yet, not yet. There was only this, the deep middle of the night, the hours when sleep was deepest and darkness was fullest and the world was as quiet as it ever became. And in that quiet, in that darkness, there was everything that mattered, everything that was real, the simple continuation of life, the steady breathing of sleeping bodies, the slow turning of the earth beneath them all. And it was enough. It was everything. The night held its depth for a while longer, that profound stillness that comes in the hours after midnight and before dawn, when even the night watchman's rounds grow slower and less frequent, when the last lamps have guttered out in windows and the city seems to hold itself in suspension, waiting without impatience for the light that will eventually come. There was no hurry to any of it, no sense that the darkness was eager to release its hold or that morning was pressing forward with urgency. Time simply continued in its steady, inevitable way, and the night continued with it. In Eleanor's room, the cold had deepened until it seemed almost tangible, a presence in the air that pressed against the windows and seeped through the small gaps around the door frame. But beneath her blankets, she remained warm, her body generating its own heat, creating a small pocket of comfort in the surrounding chill. Her sleep had shifted now, moving up from the deepest levels towards something lighter though not yet waking, and her dreams, such as they were, had begun to take on more coherent shapes, more recognizable forms. She dreamed of walking through the bakery, though it was not quite the bakery as it actually existed. The proportions were slightly wrong, the counter too long or the ceiling too high, the windows admitting light from impossible angles. But it was recognizably the bakery nonetheless, and she moved through it with the ease of familiarity, her hands reaching for things without looking, her feet finding their way around obstacles she knew were there even though she couldn't see them. In the dream, she was preparing the shop for opening, though morning seemed perpetually about to arrive without ever quite arriving. She wiped down the counter, arranged the shelves, set out the baskets that would hold the day's bread, and all the while there was a sense of calm purpose, of quiet satisfaction in the work. The dream asked nothing dramatic of her, presented no challenges or conflicts, simply allowed her to exist in this familiar space, doing familiar things, and there was a comfort in that which carried over into her sleeping body, relaxing it further, deepening her rest even as her sleep grew lighter. The church bell struck 4, and somewhere in the city a few people were already beginning to stir, those whose work required them to wake before the sun. The bakers, of course, though Mr. Penrose would not rise for another hour yet. The milkmen preparing their carts and horses for the morning rounds. The market workers heading toward the wholesale markets where produce and meat and fish would be sold before most people had opened their eyes. These early risers moved through streets that still belonged more to night than to day, their presence quiet and sparse, not yet numerous enough to change the character of the darkness. But in the bakery, in Eleanor's room, in Mr. Penrose's chamber, sleep still held its dominion. The rest was not yet complete, the restoration not yet finished, and the body's wisdom kept them all suspended in that state of unconsciousness where healing happened and energy was replenished and the mind processed all that had occurred during the waking hours. Thomas, in his crowded room at the boarding house, was the first of the three to begin the transition toward waking. His sleep grew lighter, his breathing changed its rhythm, and though he did not yet open his eyes, some part of him was beginning to register the approach of morning, the need to soon rise and begin the day's work. He had slept with one arm thrown across his face, and now he shifted it, moving it down to his side, his body making small adjustments as consciousness began its slow return. In the bakery, the darkness had perhaps begun to thin ever so slightly, though it would have been impossible to say for certain. The quality of the blackness might have changed, might have become less absolute, but if so, the change was so gradual, so subtle, that it could not be measured or even definitively perceived. It was more a sensing than a seeing, a feeling that the night was no longer quite at its deepest point, that somewhere beyond the horizon the sun was beginning its approach even though it was still far below the edge of the world. The building itself seemed to sense this, or perhaps it was simply responding to the slight warming of the air that came before dawn, the almost imperceptible shift in temperature that marked the turning point between the coldest hour and the first hint of coming day. Another board creaked, a different one this time, adjusting itself, and the sound was still small and brief but somehow different from the sounds of deepening cold, somehow suggestive of expansion rather than contraction, of opening rather than closing. Mr. Penrose's sleep was beginning to lighten too, though he was not aware of it yet. His dreams, which had been fragmentary and disconnected, began to take on more narrative structure, more coherence. He found himself in the bakery, as Eleanor had in her own dreams, though in his case, the space was more accurate to reality, the proportions and details all correct. He was checking the ovens, his hand near the door to gauge the temperature, and he could feel the heat radiating against his palm, could sense the exact moment when the bricks had reached the right temperature for baking. In the dream, he opened the oven door and looked inside, seeing the glowing interior, the bricks radiating their captured heat, and there was a satisfaction in this, a rightness, the sense of having achieved exactly what was needed. He closed the door and turned away, and the dream shifted, losing its clarity, becoming less specific, but the feeling of satisfaction remained, coloring his sleep with a subtle contentment. The cat in the alley had finished its meal and was cleaning itself now, sitting upright with one leg extended, licking its paw and using it to wash its face in the methodical way that cats do. When it was satisfied, it rose and stretched, arching its back and extending its claws, then settled down in a sheltered corner where it could watch the alley entrance while remaining hidden from view. It would rest here for a while, perhaps sleep, its body curled into a tight ball for warmth, its tail wrapped around its nose. The night watchman completed another round and returned to his small guardhouse at the corner, where a brazier provided a bit of warmth and a stool offered a place to rest his legs. He would remain here now until his shift ended, keeping watch but allowing himself the comfort of sitting, of warming his hands over the coals, of letting his mind drift in that particular way that comes with repetitive work performed in solitude. He thought about nothing in particular, just let his attention rest lightly on the street outside, ready to notice anything unusual but not actively searching for it. In her room, Eleanor's dream of the bakery faded, and for a time she dreamed nothing at all, or nothing that registered as images or narrative. Her sleep simply continued, her body resting, her mind quiet, and the darkness around her seemed to hold her more gently now, less deeply, as though preparing to release her back into waking life but not yet ready to actually do so. The gradual shift toward morning continued, still imperceptible to sleeping humans but perhaps sensed by other creatures whose rhythms were more closely attuned to the natural cycle of light and dark. Birds, in their roosts and nests, began to stir slightly, not yet waking but moving closer to wakefulness, their bodies responding to subtle cues that dawn was approaching. The city's rats and mice, having spent the night foraging, began to retreat to their hiding places, seeking shelter before the streets filled with human activity again. The temperature had indeed begun to rise, though the change was still measured in fractions of a degree, nothing that would register on any instrument, nothing that human skin could detect. But the coldest moment had passed, that point in the early morning hours when the earth had radiated away the most heat and the air had cooled to its lowest point. Now, even though the sun was still below the horizon, even though true dawn was still some time away, the process of warming had begun, the slow climb back toward day. In the bakery, this warming was happening too, though the building had been so thoroughly cooled by the night that it would take more than this subtle shift to make any noticeable difference. The ovens remained cold, their bricks at the same temperature as the surrounding air. The walls and floors held the accumulated cold of the night hours, and it would take the sun's direct light, or the firing of the ovens, to begin to warm them again. But the process had started, invisible and slow, the building beginning its transition back toward its daytime state. Mr. Penrose's breathing changed, became slightly quicker, slightly less deep. He was moving up through the layers of sleep now, approaching the surface though not yet breaking through into full consciousness. His dreams became more vivid, more detailed, and also more transient, flickering through his mind like pages being turned rapidly in a book, each one there for just a moment before being replaced by the next. His son appeared, young and smiling, saying something that Mr. Penrose couldn't quite hear. His late wife stood at the stove in their old kitchen, her back to him. The bakery in its younger days, when it had been his father's, when he had been the son rather than the father, learning the trade, his hands not yet fully skilled but eager, willing. These images were not painful, not in his sleep. They were simply memories, rising to the surface as sleep lightened, and they passed through his mind without disturbing his rest, without pulling him toward waking before his body was ready. He shifted position again, his hand moving to rest on his chest, and his breathing steadied once more, and the dreams faded back into the general darkness of sleep. Thomas was closer to waking now, though his eyes remained closed. He was aware, in some dim way, of the sounds around him, the breathing of his roommates, the creaking of the building, the distant sound of a cart passing in the street outside. These sounds registered without fully waking him, existing at the edge of his consciousness, and he drifted in that liminal space between sleep and waking, not quite in one state or the other. Eleanor, too, was approaching this borderland. Her sleep had become light enough that external sensations began to intrude, the cold air on her face, the weight of the blankets on her body, the faint ache in her shoulder from lying in one position too long. She moved slightly, adjusting herself, and the movement brought her closer to consciousness though she did not yet open her eyes. In this half-sleeping state, she was aware of herself in a way she had not been during deeper sleep, aware of her body, her surroundings, the approaching need to wake, but not yet ready to fully let go of rest. The darkness outside was definitely less complete now, though it would still be some time before dawn proper. This was the time when the night began to loosen its hold, when the absolute blackness gave way to something more like deep gray, when shapes that had been invisible began to suggest themselves as dim outlines. It was not yet possible to see clearly, not yet possible to distinguish colors or details, but the sense of total darkness had passed. The church bell struck 5, and the sound seemed louder now, more insistent, as though it too recognized that morning was approaching and that the sleeping world needed to be called back to wakefulness. The resonance of the bell carried through the streets, through windows and walls, reaching into rooms where people slept and beginning the process of rousing them, even if they did not yet consciously hear it. Mr. Penrose heard it, in his lightning sleep, and some part of his mind registered what it meant. 5 o'clock. An hour until he needed to rise. Not yet, but soon. His body knew this schedule, had followed it for so many years that it required no conscious thought, and it began to prepare itself, slowly, gently, beginning the transition from sleep to waking that would culminate, in another hour, with his opening his eyes and rising from bed. Thomas heard it too, and his response was more immediate. His eyes opened, just slightly, and he lay there in the darkness of the boarding-house room, listening, orienting himself. 5 o'clock. Time to begin the day soon, though he would lie here a bit longer, gathering himself, allowing the last fragments of sleep to clear from his mind. His roommates still slept, their breathing deep and regular, and he was careful not to disturb them as he shifted position, preparing to eventually rise. Eleanor heard the bell as well, and in her case, it brought her to the very edge of waking. She became more fully aware of her surroundings, of the cold room and the warm bed, of the need to soon leave one for the other. But she allowed herself to linger, to hold on to rest for a few moments more, knowing that once she opened her eyes and rose, the day would claim her entirely, and this peace would be gone. In the bakery, nothing had changed in any visible way, but the quality of the space had somehow shifted. It was still dark, still quiet, still empty of human presence, but it no longer felt quite as deeply settled into night. There was an anticipatory quality to the air now, a sense that the building was preparing itself, readying itself for the day that would soon begin. The ovens waited. The counter waited. The shelves waited. Everything was poised on the edge of transformation, on the boundary between rest and work, between night and day. And outside, beyond the windows, beyond the walls, the sky was beginning to change. The change was subtle, almost imperceptible, a slight lightening in the east where the sun would eventually appear, a gradual fading of the stars nearest the horizon. The night was not yet over, but it was no longer at its height. It was beginning its retreat, slowly, gracefully, making way for what was to come. This was the way of things, the eternal cycle of dark and light, rest and work, sleep and waking. It continued without pause, without hesitation, day after day, night after night, year after year. The bakery had witnessed this cycle thousands of times, would witness it thousands of times more. And each time, the transition happened in the same way, with the same gradual shifting, the same patient transformation. The people who worked in the bakery, who lived in the neighborhood around it, they were part of this cycle too, their lives shaped by it, their routines synchronized to it. They rose when the light came, worked through the day, rested when darkness fell. And in this synchronization, in this alignment with the fundamental rhythms of the turning earth, there was a kind of rightness, a kind of peace. Eleanor lay in her bed, warm beneath her blankets, and felt no urgency about rising. Not yet. Soon, but not yet. She could feel the approach of morning, could sense that her time of rest was drawing to a close, but she allowed herself these last few minutes of stillness, these final moments of peace before the day began. And the city around her, the vast collection of buildings and streets and lives, was beginning to stir as well, slowly, gradually, waking from its collective slumber. Here and there, a light appeared in a window. A door opened and someone stepped out into the pre-dawn darkness. A chimney began to emit smoke as a fire was lit for warmth and cooking. The city was not yet awake, but it was no longer fully asleep either. It was in that same liminal space that Eleanor occupied, that threshold between states, preparing for the transition that was about to come. The night was not yet finished, but its ending had begun. And in that beginning, in that slow movement toward light and waking and the resumption of daily life, there was something both inevitable and gentle, something that honored the rest that had been taken while acknowledging the work that was to come. The bakery waited. The neighborhood waited. Eleanor waited, and Mr. Penrose, and Thomas. They all waited, resting in these last moments of darkness, gathering themselves for the day ahead, allowing the natural rhythm of the world to carry them forward from night into morning, from sleep into waking, from rest into work. And soon, very soon, the transition would be complete, and the day would begin, and the cycle would continue as it always had, as it always would, turning like the earth itself, steady and sure and endlessly reliable. But for now, for just a little while longer, there was still the darkness, still the quiet, still the peace of the closing hours of the night. Still rest. Still sleep. Still the gentle holding of the world in its quiet embrace. The sky in the east was definitely lighter now, though the light was still faint, more a lessening of darkness than the presence of brightness. It was the color of pewter, or of ash, that particular gray that speaks of morning's approach without yet committing to full dawn. The stars had faded in that direction, overwhelmed by the coming light, though they still shone clearly overhead and to the west, where the night still held its claim. The city lay beneath this transitional sky, its rooftops and chimneys beginning to emerge as darker shapes against the gradually paling darkness. In his bed, Mr. Penrose's eyes opened. He did not wake with a start or sudden alertness, but rather allowed consciousness to return gradually, naturally, his mind clearing in stages as he lay still beneath the blankets. He blinked slowly, looking up at the ceiling of his room, which was barely visible in the pre-dawn dimness. For a moment he simply lay there, oriented but not yet engaged, allowing himself the luxury of these few minutes before the day's demands required his attention. His body ached in the familiar ways, the stiffness in his joints that came with age and with years of physical labor, the tightness in his lower back, the particular soreness in his shoulders that never quite went away. He flexed his fingers beneath the blankets, feeling them resist slightly, then moved his feet, testing his ankles and knees. Everything worked, everything responded, and he felt a quiet gratitude for this, for the simple fact of being able to rise and begin another day. He thought about the work ahead, running through it in his mind not with anxiety but with a kind of methodical planning. The ovens would need to be lit first, the fires built carefully to bring them up to temperature over the course of an hour or more. While they heated, he would prepare the first batches of dough, the ones that had been left to rise overnight and were ready for shaping. The morning loaves, the ones that needed to be ready for the early customers, the people who came before work or on their way to other tasks. With a small sigh, not of reluctance but simply of transition, he pushed back the blankets and sat up, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. The cold air in the room was a shock after the warmth of the bedclothes, and he sat for a moment, allowing his body to adjust, his feet resting on the floor. Then he reached for his clothes, which lay folded on the chair beside the bed, and began to dress, his movements slow and deliberate in the dim light. In the boarding house across the neighborhood, Thomas had already risen. He had washed his face in the basin of cold water that sat on the small table in the corner of the room, the shock of it clearing away the last vestiges of sleep, and now he was pulling on his clothes, being as quiet as possible so as not to wake his roommates. One of them stirred and muttered something unintelligible, then settled back into sleep. Thomas finished dressing, ran his fingers through his hair in a futile attempt to tame it, then collected his cap and coat and let himself out of the room, closing the door softly behind him. The hallway was dark and smelled of damp and old cooking, and he made his way carefully down the stairs, his hand on the wall to guide him. The boarding house was silent at this hour, its other occupants still sleeping or only just beginning to wake. When he reached the ground floor, he let himself out the front door and stepped into the street. The air outside was cold and still, and his breath clouded in front of his face. The street was empty, the houses on either side showing only an occasional lit window where someone else had risen early. He pulled his coat tighter around himself and began to walk, his footsteps echoing slightly on the cobblestones. The city was not yet fully awake, but it was waking, and he was part of that waking, part of the first wave of workers and tradespeople who began their days before the sun rose. Eleanor, in her room, had finally opened her eyes as well. She lay still for a moment, looking at the window where the faintest hint of gray light was beginning to show through the thin curtains. The room was cold enough that she could see her breath, small puffs of white that dissipated quickly in the air. She knew she needed to rise, knew that if she delayed too long the cold would make it harder rather than easier, and so she gathered her will and pushed back the blankets in one quick movement, sitting up and immediately reaching for her shawl, wrapping it around her shoulders against the chill. Her feet found the floor, and she winced slightly at the cold of it, then stood and moved quickly to where her clothes were laid out on the chair. She dressed rapidly, her fingers clumsy with cold, pulling on her chemise and petticoat, her plain brown dress, her stockings and boots. When she was dressed, she poured a small amount of water from the pitcher into the basin and splashed her face, the cold water making her gasp slightly but also bringing a welcome alertness. She looked at herself briefly in the small mirror that hung above the washstand, seeing her pale face and the dark circles under her eyes that never quite went away no matter how much she slept. Her hair needed pinning, and she attended to this quickly, twisting it up and securing it with the pins that lived in the small dish beside the basin. It was not a careful arrangement, just something functional that would keep her hair out of the way while she worked, but when she was done, she looked presentable enough, looked like herself. She collected her coat and her bag, checked to make sure she had everything she would need for the day, then blew out the candle that she had not yet lit and let herself out of the room. The hallway outside was dark, and she felt her way to the stairs, descended carefully, and emerged into the street. The city at this hour had a particular quality, a kind of hushed expectancy. It was no longer night, not quite, but neither was it day. The light was growing but still uncertain, and the few people who were abroad moved quietly, as though reluctant to disturb the silence. Eleanor walked briskly, her hands in her pockets, her breath clouding in the cold air. She passed the shuttered shops, the darkened houses, the occasional lit window that suggested someone else awake and beginning their day. The bakery when she reached it was still dark, but she could see a thin line of light beneath the door that led from the shop to the back room, and she knew that Mr. Penrose was already there, already at work. She let herself in through the front door, the bell chiming softly, then locked it behind her and moved through the darkened shop to the back. Mr. Penrose was kneeling before one of the ovens, coaxing a fire to life in its base. He looked up as she entered and nodded a greeting, then returned his attention to the fire. Eleanor hung her coat on its peg, tied on her apron, and came to stand beside him, watching the flames begin to catch and spread through the kindling he had laid. "Morning," he said, not looking away from the fire. "Morning," she replied. "Cold out." "It is." He added another piece of wood, adjusting it carefully. "Be colder still before it warms." She nodded, though he wasn't looking at her, and moved to the table where the dough that had been rising overnight sat covered with cloths. She lifted one of the cloths and examined the dough beneath, pressing it gently with her fingertips. It had risen well, was ready to be shaped, and she felt that small satisfaction that came from seeing a process completed properly, from witnessing the transformation that happened while no one was watching, the slow working of yeast and time. Thomas arrived a few minutes later, letting himself in through the back door and stamping his feet to warm them. He nodded to Eleanor and Mr. Penrose, hung his coat beside Eleanor's, and came to see what needed doing. Mr. Penrose straightened from the oven, satisfied that the fire had caught properly, and turned to survey the room. "The other oven needs lighting," he said to Thomas, who nodded and moved to begin that task. "Eleanor, you'll shape the morning loaves?" "Yes," she said, and set to work, her hands moving through the familiar motions, dividing the dough, shaping each piece into a round, placing them on the floured board to wait for their final rise before baking. The bakery was waking now, coming back to life after its night of rest. The fire in the first oven was growing, beginning to throw heat into the room. Thomas was building a fire in the second oven, his movements careful and competent. Mr. Penrose moved between the two of them, checking, adjusting, making sure everything was as it should be. And Eleanor shaped loaves, her hands steady, her mind quiet, focused on the work. Outside, the light was growing stronger. The gray of pre-dawn was giving way to something more definite, a pale brightness that suggested the sun was close to rising though it had not yet appeared above the horizon. The street outside the bakery was still mostly empty, but here and there people were beginning to emerge, beginning their own days, joining the slow gathering of activity that would eventually become the full bustle of morning. In the bakery, the three workers continued their preparations, each absorbed in their tasks, the room gradually warming as the ovens came up to temperature. There was little conversation, little need for it. They knew what needed to be done, knew their roles, knew the rhythm of the morning's work. The dough rose, the fires built, the day began. Mr. Penrose checked the temperature of the first oven, holding his hand near the door, feeling the heat radiating from it. Not quite ready yet, but close. He would give it a few more minutes, then begin loading the first batch of loaves. The morning loaves, the simple rounds that were the bakery's staple, that would be ready in time for the first customers. Eleanor finished shaping the dough and covered the loaves with cloths to keep them from drying out during their final rise. Her hands were dusted with flour, and she brushed them against her apron, then moved to fill the kettle for tea. Small tasks, ordinary tasks, the building blocks of the day's work. Thomas had the second oven going now, the fire catching and beginning to spread, and he stood watching it for a moment to make sure it was established properly. When he was satisfied, he moved to collect the tools that would be needed for the day's baking, the peels for loading and unloading the ovens, the knives for scoring the loaves, the brushes for glazing. The bakery filled with the smell of wood smoke, with the gradual warmth of the fires, with the sense of purpose and intention that came with the beginning of work. This was what the place was for, this transformation of ingredients into bread, this daily alchemy. And the people who worked here were part of that transformation, their hands and attention and skill making it possible. Outside, the sun finally crested the horizon, and the first direct rays of light touched the rooftops of the buildings across the street. The gray pre-dawn light gave way to something warmer, more golden, and the shadows that had been indistinct became sharp and clear. The day had arrived, properly now, fully, and the city responded to it, windows opening, doors being unlatched, people stepping out into the morning. In the bakery, Mr. Penrose opened the first oven and felt the blast of heat against his face. He nodded, satisfied. The temperature was right. He reached for the first loaves that Eleanor had shaped, testing them gently with his fingers to make sure they had risen sufficiently, then began loading them into the oven, sliding them off the peel and onto the hot bricks with practiced efficiency. The bread would bake now, would undergo its final transformation from pale dough to golden loaves, and in 30 minutes or so it would be ready, would be pulled from the ovens and set to cool, filling the bakery with its incomparable smell, announcing to the neighborhood that the day had truly begun and that bread was ready, that sustenance was available, that the world was as it should be. Eleanor poured the tea, and the three of them paused briefly, standing together in the warm kitchen, holding their cups, taking a moment of rest before the work continued. They did not speak, but there was a companionship in the silence, a sense of being together in this shared enterprise, this daily task of making bread. The light outside grew stronger, brighter, filling the street, touching the bakery's windows, illuminating the interior. The darkness of night was fully gone now, replaced by the clear light of morning, and in that light the bakery stood ready, its ovens hot, its workers present, its purpose clear. The day had begun, and with it, the cycle would continue, the bread would be baked, the customers would come, and life would go on in its ordinary, essential way, one loaf at a time, 1 hour at a time, one day at a time. And there was comfort in that, deep and abiding, the comfort of continuity, of purpose, of work that mattered. The closing hour would come again, as it always did, but for now there was only this, the opening, the beginning, the warm embrace of the ovens and the promise of fresh bread and the steady, reliable rhythm of another day. Finish 20:32. The first loaves went into the oven, and Mr. Penrose closed the heavy iron door, sealing in the heat. The transformation had begun, invisible but certain, the dough rising one final time in the intense heat before the crust would form and the interior would set into that particular texture that made bread what it was. Eleanor stood at the window now, looking out at the street as the morning light strengthened, watching the neighborhood come to life around the bakery. A woman passed by with a basket over her arm, heading to the market. A man in a dark coat walked quickly in the other direction, his head down, his hands in his pockets. A child ran past, chasing something Eleanor couldn't see, his laughter bright in the morning air. The ordinary procession of lives continuing, each person with their own concerns, their own destinations, their own small part to play in the day's unfolding. Thomas swept the floor one more time, gathering the flour dust and scraps that had accumulated during the morning's preparations, pushing it all into a neat pile near the door. The rhythm of his movements was steady, unhurried, the broom making soft swishing sounds against the floor. When he was done, he set the broom aside and went to check on the second oven, adding a bit more wood to keep the fire at the right temperature. The kettle whistled softly on the small stove, and Eleanor turned away from the window to attend to it, pouring more hot water into the teapot to keep it fresh. The warmth from the ovens was spreading through the room now, pushing back the morning chill, creating that particular atmosphere of comfort and industry that the bakery held during working hours. It was a good warmth, an earned warmth, the heat that came from fires built with purpose, from work being done. Mr. Penrose stood near the oven, watching the time, his internal clock measuring the minutes until the first loaves would be ready. He had been baking long enough that he didn't need a timepiece, could judge by some combination of experience and instinct when the bread had been in long enough, when it would emerge with the crust golden and the interior perfectly cooked. But he watched nonetheless, attending to the process with the care it deserved, with the respect that came from knowing how easily things could go wrong if attention wandered. Eleanor returned to the front room, moving through the doorway that connected it to the baking area, and began preparing the shop for opening. She uncovered the shelves, arranged the few items that would be on display before the fresh bread was ready. Yesterday's rolls, reduced in price, and the seed cake that still sat waiting for a buyer. She wiped down the counter one more time, though it was already clean, the cloth moving in smooth circles over the worn wood. She checked the till, made sure everything was in order, then moved to the door and turned the sign from closed to open, though she did not yet unlock it. A few more minutes, until the first bread was out. The light outside was bright now, the sun fully risen, casting long shadows across the street. The morning had arrived completely, the transition from night accomplished, and the day was settling into its proper rhythm. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell rang the hour, and Eleanor counted the strokes. 6 o'clock. Right on time, everything as it should be. In the back room, Mr. Penrose opened the oven door and looked inside. The loaves were perfect, their crusts a deep golden brown, their surfaces smooth and slightly shiny from the heat. He pulled them out one by one, setting them on the cooling racks, and immediately the bakery filled with that smell, that incomparable scent of fresh bread that was somehow both simple and profound, both ordinary and miraculous. Eleanor smelled it from the front room and smiled slightly, not a large expression but a real one, a small acknowledgement of satisfaction. This was what they did, this was what the bakery was for, and it had happened again as it always did, the flour and water and yeast transformed into something nourishing and necessary. She moved to the door and unlocked it, then stepped back behind the counter, ready. The first customer would arrive soon, drawn by the smell or by habit or by need, and the day's work would continue, the bread would be sold, the conversations would be had, the small transactions that made up the texture of daily life. And later, much later, when the day's work was done and the ovens had cooled and the shop had been cleaned, there would be another closing hour, another quiet time when the world slowed and rested and gathered itself for the next day. But that was still to come. For now, there was only this, the morning light, the warm bakery, the fresh bread waiting on its racks, and the door standing open, inviting the world in. Thomas came through from the back, carrying another tray of loaves that Mr. Penrose had just pulled from the second oven, and Eleanor helped him arrange them on the shelves behind the counter. They worked together in easy silence, their movements coordinated from long practice, and when the bread was displayed, they both stepped back and looked at it for a moment. It was beautiful, in its way. Simple, honest, necessary. The golden crusts, the uniform shapes, the promise of sustenance. This was what they had made, what they made every day, and there was a quiet pride in that, a satisfaction that needed no words. Mr. Penrose appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on his apron, and surveyed the shop with a critical eye. Everything was in its place, everything was ready. He nodded once, to himself more than to Eleanor or Thomas, and then returned to the back room where more work waited, where the day's baking would continue for hours yet. Eleanor stood behind the counter, her hands resting on its smooth surface, and looked toward the door. The street outside was growing busier now, more people passing by, more life filling the neighborhood. And any moment now, someone would see the open door, would smell the bread, would step inside, and the day's commerce would begin. The bakery waited, warm and ready, filled with the smell of fresh bread and the quiet presence of people who knew their work and did it well. The ovens glowed in the back room, the shelves held their offerings, and the counter stood ready to facilitate the small exchanges that would mark the hours ahead. This was the rhythm of it, the daily pattern that repeated endlessly, that gave shape to lives and sustenance to bodies. The bread was baked, the doors were open, and the world continued on, one small transaction at a time, one loaf at a time, one day at a time. And in that continuation, in that steady, unhurried persistence, there was everything that mattered. The warmth, the work, the quiet satisfaction of tasks completed and purpose fulfilled. The simple gift of bread, offered and received, sustaining the neighborhood, sustaining the people who lived and worked within it. The morning light filled the shop, and Eleanor waited, patient and ready, for whoever would come through the door next. The day stretched ahead, full of small moments and ordinary encounters, and she was prepared for all of it, grounded in the routine, held by the rhythm, at peace with the work. The bakery breathed, the neighborhood stirred, and life went on, as it always had, as it always would, turning like the earth itself, steady and sure, offering its quiet blessings to anyone who came seeking them. The bread was ready. The door was open. And the day, with all its possibilities and all its simple pleasures, had begun. And so, the day quietly comes to an end. The bakery rests. The streets still grow larger. The lights dim, the sounds fade, and the world returns to its gentle rhythm. There is nothing to unravel here. Nothing to remember or carry forward. Life simply continues, smoothly and effortlessly. If you are still awake, allow your breathing to remain slow and natural. If sleep has already found you, there is no need to cling to the story any longer. It is safe to let go now. The bakery will open again tomorrow. The ovens will warm up. The day will begin in its own time. And you don't need to be there for any of this. For now, there is only rest. Just silence. Just the gentle passage of night. Thank you for spending this peaceful hour with Mystic Sleep Tales. If you enjoyed our story, please don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment. Sleep well. Get a deep rest. Remember, tomorrow is the first day of the rest of your life. Good night.